Hi everyone, good evening.
Good evening.
All right, so before we start anything new, if there is any question that you guys want to ask, please feel free to ask. Any question from yesterday's topics? No?
No, sir, not yet.
All right, all right. So, yesterday, the last topic that we were discussing was VOC and CTQ. So, we discussed how to convert our VOCs into CTQs. So, VOC is statement given by the customer or the verbatim given by the customer. That's a feedback from the customer. Since statements cannot be measured, we have to convert those VOCs into CTQ. CTQ stands for critical to quality parameter. So in every project, there must be one parameter that we are going to improve on. Sometimes CTQ is given by our higher authorities. Let's say our boss is saying that you have to improve on accuracy or efficiency. So in that case, we don't have to proactively collect the VOC, right? We are getting our CTQ from our boss or from the client, right? Sometimes client also says, work on this particular parameter. Let's say client is saying that in the last past 3 months, you have not met the target for accuracy, do something about it. So accuracy is the CTQ for us, right? So in that case, we don't have to collect VOC again, right? So in some cases, we have to collect VOC. In some cases, we will get our CTQs from somebody. So CTQ is the parameter that we are going to improve on through our project. Right? So once we define CTQ, we can also prepare a project charter for the project, right? As a communication plan for our project, we need to prepare a project charter. So that is the next topic that we are going to discuss. I'm going to share my screen. So as a part of our communication plan, we prepare a project charter and we share the project charter with everybody. So whenever we are doing any project, everybody should know what we are doing, right? Our stakeholders should know what parameter we are improving, what is our goal, right? What are the timelines, they should know. So that's why we prepare a project charter so that we can communicate with everybody. So this project charter is going to be the deliverable of define phase. Once you deliver your project charter, your define phase gets over. So here you can see project charter clarifies what is expected, right? So everybody would know that what CTQ we are going to improve on, what goals we have selected. So it clarifies what they can expect out of this project. It can keep the team focused. So since we define everything in the project charter, so we can keep everybody focused on the same CTQ, same goals. It can keep the team aligned with the organizational priorities. So whenever we take up any project, um, we try to align the goals of the project with the organizational priorities. Right? Every organization would have some vision statement, mission statement. So its positioning that it wants to achieve, uh, long-term strategy, short-term strategy. So every project goal should be aligned with organizational priorities, right? So if we are aligning the goals with the organizational priorities and we are sharing the same project charter with our team, so by doing it, we can align our teams with the organizational priorities as well, right? Next is it transfers the project from the champion to the improvement team. So first of all, we discuss our project charters uh, with the champion because we need to get some approval from the champion or uh, sponsor. So once we get the approval for the project, we can share the same project charter with the process owners, and process owner is going to improve, right? So that is our improvement team. So that's how we transfer the project from champion to the improvement teams. Last point is it is used as a tool by the Apex Council to review the project progress. So whatever you mention on the project charter, that becomes your commitment, right? Let's say you are mentioning that the goal is uh, to achieve 95% accuracy. So that is your commitment. So whenever you go for your review, your Apex Council is going to compare what is your commitment, what you have achieved. So this project charter will be used as a tool by them, right? So it is used as a tool by the Apex Council to review the project progress. And it would be a concise document, right? It would be a concise, maybe 1 or 2 page document, which can clarify what is expected out of this project. And in any project charter, there must be some components, some elements should be there. So let's discuss those elements. Any good project charter would have these elements. So the elements are business case, problem statement, goal statement, project scope, milestones, resources or team members, and their roles and responsibilities. So these are the elements that should be there in any good project charter. Now we are going to discuss all of these elements in detail.
Just a short query.
Sure, please ask.
Sir, does this project charter also mentions the rights or boundaries of the stakeholders?
That is the scope.
Okay.
Right? Boundaries are similar to project scope. So we define what is in scope, what is out of scope. That will be covered. Right. Now let's discuss the business case first. All right. So anybody who can tell why do we write a business case? What is the objective of writing a business case? Any thought? Why do we write it?
I think the a business case gives you a problem statement and an answer or a solution to it, and also a goal to achieve, and you can come back and look at it, whatever you have committed to your client, whether you are delivering it or not.
All right. All right. Any other thought, anyone?
The quality policy, company policy achieve.
All right. Any other thought?
No, we can decide on the outcome, what benefit is from coming from the execution of the project.
All right. So what benefit we are going to get out of this project? So that we would want to communicate to the top management. So before approving our project, they would ask for the justification, right? So they would ask for the ROI, they would ask for the payback period, right? So to secure funding for our project, we need to convince our top management. And to convince them, we have to communicate. And for the communication, we use a business case, right? So objective of writing a business case is to convince the top management in order to secure funding for the project, to get the approval for the budget. That is the objective. So on Shark Tank as well, they pitch their business case to secure funding. Similarly, for our project as well, we have to give our business case to get the approval for the budget. So business case is written to secure funding, to get the approval for the budget. And any good business case would answer certain questions like, why is this project worth doing? So there must be some problem that we are going to solve with this project, right? As one of you suggested that it should include the problem, right? So if there is a problem, We have to do something about the problem. So that is the worth of the project, right? It should answer that. Next is, why is it important to do now? So a lot of times what happens whenever we suggest some project, our higher management says, we will see to it, देखेंगे, I'll invest later on, we will do it next year, right? So we need to show some urgency, right? So we have to answer, why not uh, next quarter, why not next year? We have to answer that. So we need to explain why is it important to do now, right? There must be some urgency. So I'll give you some example for this. Let's say in the past 3 months, we have not been able to meet certain KPI target for certain KPI under our SLA, and we are getting continuous complaints from our client. And if we don't improve on it, client is going to impose some penalty on us, right? So that is why it is important to do now, right? We cannot wait. Next is, what are the consequences of not doing this project? So in case your top management is thinking of not approving your project, what may be the consequences you may want to highlight, right? Let's say if we don't do certain project this month or this quarter, we may not be able to achieve the annual targets. That may be the consequence of not doing this project. Next is, what activities have higher or equal priorities? So if your team is proposing multiple projects, so in that case, prioritization can also be done, but it is not important. I mean, it is not mandatory, right? Next is, how does it fit with the business initiatives and target? So the last point is very, very crucial. Always try to correlate your project goals with the overall business objectives of your top management, right? Business objectives of the top management or the organization. So whatever project we are doing, it should align align with the vision statement, mission statement of the organization, priorities of the organization. I'll give you some example here. Let's say we are doing some project for some luxury brand like Gucci, Armani, Prada, and that project is to reduce production cost by 1%. What do you think? The top management will be happy to do that project? For Gucci, Armani, Prada like brands, luxury brands.
I think yes.
All right. Any other thought?
For I don't think for 1% they would be interested in production cost reduction.
Specifically, I'm asking for luxury brands.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
sir,
Okay.
Their
actually,
production
I
uh,
cost is
think
already low.
yes.
I
So
think
they may
no,
not
sir.
be
Why?
concerned.
Yeah, it's not because what
Mhm.
I think, if it is a mass manufacturing, then 1% is very big for them.
Correct.
But,
Correct.
but
Correct.
for luxury brands, 1% is not very big because it's like very limited number of quantities they are manufacturing. So I don't think that they will consider that one. So they have limited amount of consumers or customers at their
Hmm.
end. So I don't think that they would means just invest that much amount of
Hmm.
money so that those limited customers would get benefited.
All right. Actually, none of their customers would get benefited because uh, their value is not regarding the uh, price, right? Their value is something else, right? They don't I mean, the customers for these brands would not consider this much price difference, right? Somebody who is buying, let's say, LV bag for 3 lakh rupees, they would not think about 3,000 rupees, right? Or let me reiterate it in some other way. Let's say you are doing a project for Ferrari and you are improving the mileage by 1%. So for Ferrari, the management, everybody, the organization will be focused on power, not the mileage. But if you are doing this project for Maruti, they will be interested, right? So our project goals should be aligned with organizational priorities. I'll give you another example for this. Let's say your CEO is doing a project, uh, and the objective of that project is to go carbon neutral by 2030. That is their objective or goal. If, let's say, you are doing a project to increase the efficiency of your machines, let's say machine like boiler, you are increasing the efficiency of your machines. So if you are increasing the efficiency of machines, machines will consume less power, less electricity or fuel. That will reduce carbon emission, and that will help your CEO with his own project. So if your CEO thinks that by doing your project, they can achieve their own goals, they'll be easily convinced. So it is recommended that we should always correlate our project goals with the organizational goals, right? Vision statement, mission statement, business objectives, positioning, differentiation, right? It should be aligned. Any question here?
Yeah, can you just explain the fourth point? What activities high or have higher or equal priority? That wasn't very clear.
All right. So remember we discussed about Kano model. So let's say
Yes.
your team is suggesting multiple projects. Let's say one project is to improve, let's say, top line. Another project is regarding the bottom line. Another project is regarding the efficiency improvement. Another project is regarding customer satisfaction improvement. So for your top management, for your boss, what is more critical, right? So based on that, you can do the prioritization as well. Let's say you are saying project A is most crucial, project B is least crucial, least important, right? So that way prioritization can be done if you are proposing multiple projects in that case.
So you're saying a single business case can represent multiple projects?
No, this business case will be for one project. However, if your team is suggesting multiple projects in any organization at any given point of time, your uh, top management would have a pipeline of multiple projects, not just one project. So they have to prioritize in which project they should invest, which project should be kept on hold. So in that case, prioritization can be done. Not in every case, as I said.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. All right. Now let's move forward. Next is problem statement. So problem statement should answer again certain questions. It should answer what is the problem? Where is the problem? Since when we have been facing this problem? How big is the problem? And what is the impact? So these are the questions it should answer. Right? Any good problem statement should answer this. And whenever we are writing a problem statement, we need to consider certain pitfalls. So here you can see common pitfalls. So first one is the problem statement based on observation or fact? So whenever we are defining a problem statement, our problem should not be based on just assumptions or gut feelings. It should be fact based. It should be data based. Because whenever you say that in some department there is a problem, that department head is going to counter that. Department head would say, no, in my department, everything is fine, right? So you have to be prepared with the facts, data. Right? Next is, does the problem statement prejudge a root cause? So any problem statement should not prejudge a root cause. Any reason why? Why the problem statement should not prejudge a root cause? Why shouldn't we add any root cause in the problem statement? Any thought?
To avoid the biases?
To avoid bias, correct. So if we are adding some root cause in the problem statement itself, everybody will get stuck with that root cause. You may not get out of the box ideas. I'll give you some example for this. Let's say in your problem statement, you are mentioning that overall efficiency is low or overall accuracy is low because we have manual processes. As soon you say we have manual processes, everybody will start talking about automation, right? So if everybody is talking about automation, they may miss the actual root cause. Actual root cause may be that your process flow is not good, right? So it will lead to bias, right? We should not add any prejudged root cause. Next is, can the data be collected by the team to verify and analyze the problem? So whenever we highlight some problem, people are going to counter that. So we need to be able to collect the data, right? If for certain problem we cannot collect the data, so in that case we cannot verify whether there is a problem or not. Next is the problem statement too narrowly or too broadly defined? So if it is too broadly defined, it will be like covering everything, covering all the KPIs, all the locations, all the departments, all the processes. If it is too narrowly defined, it will be like highlighting mistakes of individuals. So it should not be too narrowly or too broadly defined. Next is a solution included in the statement? So just like causes, solutions should not be there in the problem statement because that will lead to bias. Next is the statement blaming any person or function? So that should not happen. Whenever we are writing a problem statement, it should not look or sound like a blame. It should look or sound like an area of improvement, right? Because if we are blaming somebody, some function, some department, it will adversely impact the motivation level of our people. So that should not happen, right? It should not blame. So we have to draft our problem statement in such a way that it looks like an area of improvement. So for that, what we can do, we can take advantage of GenAI as well. So you can ask GenAI platform to draft it in such a way that it does not sound like a blame, right? For these purposes, GenAI is very good, right? So in current situation, all the platforms for GenAI, in my observation, all the platforms are very good for drafting purposes, but those platforms are not mature enough uh, for the analytical purposes in certain cases. So I observe some variation. So if you are doing some statistical analysis with, let's say, Copilot or maybe ChatGPT, you may find some variation. So as of now, these models, whether it is ChatGPT or other models, I'm not talking about any specific one, all the models. These models are like a kid who is good with English but not good with mathematics, right? In schools as well, it happens. Some kids would be good with English, bad in mathematics, right? So it happens with these models as well. So in statistical analysis, we find some variation, but for drafting purpose, it is these models are really good, right? So to draft your problem statement or business case, you can take help from these models. Right? Later on, we will do some exercise as well once you have the LMS access. All right, so now let's move forward. Any question till now? If not, let's move forward. So let's discuss this example. So if you look at
Hello.
poor statement, yes,
Uh,
yes, Abhishek.
Actually, what is one significant difference between business case and problem statement? I think both look similar. We are trying to
Mm-hmm. All right.
list out the main issue, align with the goal, but with different names. Is it something like that, or only we are highlighting the problem in problem statement, leaving the other parts?
All right. So that's a good question. In problem statement, what we are doing, we are just explaining what is the problem, where is the problem, how big is the problem, and what is the impact. However, in business case, you will elaborate it. you will add the cost benefit analysis. Let's say you are calculating what is the ROI for this project, what is going to be the payback period for this project. So business case has a different objective. Business case has objective to convince the top management. And if you want to convince the top management, you would talk about money, right? You will elaborate everything in terms of money, losses, right? Loss or gain you will add, right? Problem is just the problem. So that is the difference between business case and problem statement, right? Problem statement will be a concise statement. Business case is elaborated one with ROI and payback period.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
All right.
Uh,
So,
Gaurav, I have a small doubt.
please ask.
So you said like the root cause, which makes, I mean, like if you make it in the statement, so it will be biased kind of thing, right?
Uh-huh.
But won't it be narrow down the timing? I mean, like if you know the root cause or like you think in that way. So I totally agree
Mhm.
that like if you have written the root cause, then everybody will work on the root cause and leave about
Mhm.
the other stuff. But parallelly also we can do it, right? I mean, like knowing the root cause also.
All right. So if you know the root cause, you can keep it with you during analyze phase. During the cause and effect analysis, you can talk about it with your team. However, in the beginning, don't add it. That will be my suggestion, because whenever we add it, people think about it, right? They would not give you out of the box idea during the brainstorming session, right? So
Okay.
you can keep it with you, and later on during analyze phase, you can just talk about it in cause and effect
Okay.
analysis, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, now let's move forward. So here you can see the poor statement says, because our customers are dissatisfied with our services, they are late paying their bills. So this problem statement is not answering the questions that we were discussing, right? What is the problem? Where is the problem? Since when we have been facing this problem? How big is the problem and what is the impact? So it is not answering those questions. If you look at improved statement, so it is answering those questions like since when, what is the problem, where is the problem, how big is the problem. How big is very, very crucial. Quantification of the problem is crucial because we are writing this project charter for the top management. And if you don't talk about numbers when you are talking to the top management, they will not take you seriously, right? So quantification of the problem is very, very crucial, right? So in our problem statement, we should answer all of these questions. And these questions here are just for the reference. In your actual problem statement, you don't need to add these questions like what, where, any question here. All right, now let's move forward. Next one is goal statement. So goal statement tells us where we are standing right now, where we want to be in specific period of time. Let's say our current efficiency is 50%. We want to achieve 60% in the next 3 months. Right? So that would be our goal statement. And one thing we need to make sure that any good goal statement should be a SMART goal statement. SMART as in specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. So these are the traits of any good goal statement. Another thing that we have to keep in mind, CTQ in the goal statement and CTQ in the problem statement should be same. Both should talk about the same CTQ. Let's say if the problem is high turnaround time, goal should also be for turnaround time. It should not happen that problem is high turnaround time and your goal is improving efficiency by 50%, right? So CTQ should be same in both the statements. Now the next one is project scope. Anybody who can tell why do we do this scoping? What is scope? Why do we do it? Any thought?
We do not want to consider additional things. We have to define the scope first, what we are going to do. So even if some additional things come up in between, we do not have to consider that and keep it for later. Yeah.
All
And
right. That's correct.
to align the business targets, to align the project target with the business targets, and
Mainly
not
focus on
having
the
any kind
main
of
problem.
deviations.
To keep expectations in line, like kind of setting
I
up
think
expectations in
set
pre-early.
up
All right.
accountability.
Accountability,
Responsibility.
expectation.
Responsibility.
All right. All right. Thank you everyone for sharing your thoughts. So whenever we are doing any project, it should not happen that that people are thinking that we are going to improve all the KPIs in all the locations, all the processes, or all the departments. Right? We need to set correct expectations that these are the things we are going to do, these are the things we are not going to do. So we need to draw a boundary. Within the boundary, we are going to cover everything. Outside the boundary, we are not going to cover anything. So that is called scope. In scope, out of scope. Within the boundary, that is called in scope. Outside the boundary, out of scope. So there may be some areas that we are not going to cover. There may be certain departments that we are not going to cover. There may be some locations that we are not going to cover. I'll give you some examples for that. So let's say your organization has multiple business units. One in Delhi, another one is in Dubai. So let's say in Dubai location, there is a problem which you are going to fix. In Delhi location, there is no problem. So you would say Dubai location is in scope, Delhi location is out of scope because I don't have to implement anything in Delhi. Everything is going well in Delhi, right? So some location may be out of scope. Then there may be some processes that may be out of scope. Let's say you have outsourced your customer service process. So you would say, since it is outsourced, I do not have any direct control over it. So I'll keep it out of scope. Rest of the processes will be in scope. Then there may be some policies that may be out of scope. There may be some departments that may be out of scope, right? Out of scope is where you are not going to implement anything. You are not going to improve anything. You are not going to make changes in anything. Right? So let's another example. Let's say you are working in production and you identify that your process is a technical process, but your HR is hiring non-technical people, right? They are hiring BA graduates, BCom graduates. They are not hiring BTech graduates. So even if you identify it as a production manager, you may not have any authority or control that you can change the hiring policy or retiring policy or appraisal policy, right? So you would say that rest of the policies, rest of the um, processes are in scope, hiring policies out of scope, HR related policies are out of scope. Obviously, you can make a suggestion to HR, but it is up to HR whether they want to listen to you or not, right? Any question here?
So can you please explain the last point which is written in the project scope regarding the regular happening to the regular jobs?
What will happen to our regular jobs while we are doing the project? Okay, so let's say you have taken a team member from production head, right? So you have taken approval for one resource. So production head has given you one resource, one executive. Now that executive must be doing some work in their respective department. Now, who is going to do that work? Whether it will be done by this executive only or somebody else is going to do, right? That should also be defined. Because if it is not defined, what generally happens, I'll tell you. So let's say you have taken some executive from production and you are using this executive in your project. Now, what I observe, uh, this executive may tell you that he has a lot of work in the department, and to his department head, he would say, there is too much work in the project. Don't give me any work, right? So that may happen. So we need to set the boundaries. We need to do the scoping, right? So we need to define. So whether this executive is going to spend 4 hours with you, 2 hours with you for the project, or 8 hours with you for the project, that should be defined.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So scope is like a boundary, right? We have to create this boundary. In scope and out of scope need to be defined. Next component is milestone. So for every phase, DMAC phases, right? Define, measure, analyze, improve, control. For every phase, we have to define the timelines as when we are starting, let's say, define phase, when we are ending it, right? So we need to define the planned start date for every phase and planned end date for every phase. That is called the milestones or timelines. I'll show it to you on the project charter. So here you can see for every phase, for define planned start date, planned end date, we need to define in the define phase. In define phase, you would not have the actuals. Actuals will be updated later on. Once you complete certain phase, then you will update the actuals. In the beginning, actuals will not be there, but you have to plan it. And between two phases, there will be a toll gate review meeting. Right? So you can make another column here, TGR, TGR, toll gate review. So the template which I have already shared with all of you, in that template you would have TGR. So TGR stands for toll gate review meeting, right? Toll gate review. So after every phase, we go for a review with the Apex Council. During that review meeting, Apex Council would review our progress on the project, right? And if they are happy with the progress, they will give us a go ahead for the next phase. If they are not happy with the progress, they may ask us to do something else. So that is called TGR, toll gate review. After every phase that happens, and whenever we are defining the timelines, it is recommended that we should keep some buffer. So let's say today we are ending our define phase. We should not start our measure phase tomorrow, actually. Some buffer should be taken, right? I would suggest keep some buffer, maybe 2 3 days, because sometimes what happens, uh, sometimes data may not be available. Sometimes you may not get approval on time from the higher authorities. So always keep some buffer at least for 2 3 days. Any question here? Anyone?
In a business case, can we consider multiple problem statements or we concentrate on only one problem statement?
Okay, problem statement should be one. However, complex projects uh, would talk about sometimes multiple projects. In some projects, it is possible that we are working on multiple CTQs. But as a green belt, I would suggest to select only one problem.
Okay, thank you.
There should be just one CTQ or maybe maximum two. If two CTQs are correlated, then you can go for two. But as a green belt, I would suggest stick to one or maybe two CTQs, not more than that. But in complex projects, there may be multiple problems as well. All right, so I hope it is clear. The next component will be the team structure. So whenever we are doing a project, we need to define our team, right? So we have to define who is going to provide the resources, right? Who is the resource provider? Who is the project lead? Who is going to be the SME, right? Who is going to collect the data? Who is going to provide training? So those roles and responsibilities can also be defined within the project charter itself. All right. Now we are going to do one activity, right? An exercise, we are going to do a group exercise. So for this exercise, I have already shared two case studies. Let me show you that and then I will explain. what you need to do here in this exercise. All right, so this is the email which I have already shared with all of you. So in this email, there are 5 attachments. First one is case study number 1. Second one is case study number 2. So these are 2 case studies that all the groups need to go through. After going through both the cases, you need to select one case. For that one case, you need to prepare a project charter by using this template. So you need to prepare a project charter for just one case. Out of 2, you need to select one. And for these case studies, data are also given. Right? For case study 1, case study 2, you have the data sheets as well. And in this exercise, what you need to do, you need to just prepare a project charter. That means you need to complete your define phase. Project charter is the deliverable of define phase. And for this activity, I'm going to create some breakout rooms. In those breakout rooms, one of you can share your screen. You can open the project charter template and prepare a project charter. Rest of you can give the suggestions. And for this activity, I'll give you around 40 minutes. After 40 minutes, I'll close all the breakout rooms, and then all the groups need to present. They need to present and explain their project charter. Any question here before I create breakout rooms? So now I'm going to open all the breakout rooms. Please join everyone. You have 40 minutes to complete it. I'm enabling screen sharing as well. Please join. Now, are you there?
Hey, hello, girl. I was just left from the Zoom meeting, I guess. I don't know why. Can you allow me to join the room 4, I guess?
All right, you can join now.
Yeah, thank you.
Abhiram, are you there?
Yes, yes, I just joined. I had a connection issue. Can you please confirm? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. So can you just add me to that group breakout room?
So, which breakout room?
I was with Aradhya, Bharadan and also
Bharat Aradhya. Okay, let me check.
room 4, I think. I was in
Room
room.
4. Correct, correct. Now you can join.
Yeah.
All right. So I hope all the groups are done. Is it done? Can we start with room number one?
Yes, I'll share.
Sure. Okay. Your screen is visible now.
Okay, so we have picked the first case study.
Mm-hmm.
The case study is about a company, ABC company, which is delivering packages within 15 minutes. And they also guarantee a full rebate, like a discount option available if the customers are not getting the package within 15 minutes. And we have come up with a problem. There is a problem of delayed deliveries in downtown area. Basically, there were 32% customer complaints have come from this particular region, that the delivery is not happening within 15 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
although they're happy with the rebate, but still they want the products to be delivered within the time frame. So the project title is improving OTD percentage for ABC company. A business case, where we have jotted down what exactly the problems the customers are facing. The VOC of the customer, 32% customers have complained. Full price rebate is there, but our major goal here is to reduce our cost and save on the full price rebate policy that we are extending by improving
Mm-hmm.
the delivery timeline. Total case of delayed delivery reported were 91, and total revenue loss of 3726 US dollar. The scope, first, it is limited to this particular pin code or this particular region called downtown area. And the
Mm-hmm.
major problem, what we figured out, is there is a issue in training or planning for manpower in the last mile, where
Mm-hmm.
either absenteeism is a problem, or they're not able to find the address, or the accuracy of the address is a problem. So when we looked at the reasons, these are top 3 4 reasons which has come up, that this is the problem the customers are facing because
All
of
right.
these problems. So this is what is within our scope to solve. But problems like police issues or COVID shutdown or other things which
Mm-hmm.
is beyond our control is something which we are not looking at. Again, the problem statement is to improve OTD percentage within 15 minutes, minimize the full rebate option. The goal statement is we are planning to do it from a 32% to 10% in 12 weeks. The milestones have been planned week wise here, and this is the
All
project
right.
team. And yes, that's all.
All right. So what is the CTQ here in this case?
OTD percentage.
On-time delivery percentage you want to reduce or increase?
On time delivery percentage, we want to improve.
Okay, not on-time delivery percentage is your CTQ, right? Which you have mentioned in the goal statement. It is not
No,
on-time
this
delivery.
is this is my reduced. So we are reducing delayed delivery. So we are improving on time delivery.
All right. All right. So from 32% to 10% you want to reduce to improve on-time delivery percentage within 15 minutes. So as I said earlier, in problem statement and goal statement, there should be same CTQ. If it is on-time delivery, it should be same in both. If it is not on-time delivery, it should be same in both. Right. So
Okay. Okay.
whether it is on time or not on time, you can take one.
Got it.
So, all right. So out of scope is legal issues. All right. So you are not going to build any solution for that, but in your risk mitigation plan, you may want to consider the risk issues as well. All right. Your
Understood.
business case is good. So you have calculated the loss as well. Is it per day loss?
This is no, this is my entire. Just 1 second. This is my entire loss in 1 second. 6 months.
For
This is
6
my
months.
entire loss in 6 months. Yes.
All right.
Okay, I
All right.
can edit that also.
All right. It's fine. 6 months. All right. So thank you for sharing it. Any question this group, room number one?
Uh, it's just like I think think this problem statement part or goal statement, there was a lot of confusion because it was a little repetitive and we could not really differentiate. I mean, we were writing
Differentiate between a problem statement and
goal.
goal statement. So problem is just the problem that 32% customers are complaining about late delivery, right? So goal will be to reduce it. So goal will be to reduce 32 to maybe 20% or maybe 10%, right? And goal should be
Okay.
for the same CTQ. If it is
Okay.
not on time delivery, goal should be to reduce not on time delivery percentage.
Got it. Got it.
All right.
Sure. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for sharing it. Room number two, who is going to present from room number two?
Um,
So in room number two, we have Harsh, Kunjaku, Neeraj,
I'll
Neetu.
share the screen. One
All
second.
right.
I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
So, project title we have taken as in time last mile deliveries in downtown area. So the business case we have gone through the entire thing, and we gave a problem description on what is the current situation and why is, and second paragraph would define why is it important or urgent to do it right now, because it leads to customer attrition and revenue loss if the deliveries are beyond 15 minutes. And the consequence is the third paragraph, which we have mentioned as impact on company image with respect to company policy and tagline delivery within 15 minutes.
All right.
And problem statement, we went through the Excel sheet, and we have taken three major criteria. One is the total
Mhm.
revenue loss, which we found was around $3,886, almost 32% of total revenue. So total revenue was somewhere around 12,000 something dollars, and in that around 3,800 we had to give as rebates back to the customers. And the major loss came from trucks more than bikes. And the total time wasted due to delays, like what we did was we took a difference of how we filtered out the not delivered, and we found out how much time was wasted. For example, let's say it was 16 minutes to delivery, means we lost 1 minute. In that, we found out that approximately 2 hours 50 minutes were lost because of the delays. That would have resulted in 2 hours 50 minutes would have resulted in at least 11 deliveries. So the company potentially lost around $448 because of that. This was a problem statement.
Mhm.
And in scope, we have taken downtown area region should be our focus, or should be in the focus in the scope. And then truck delivery, because since the major losses, as mentioned in the first line of problem statement, we figured out that truck delivery should be more in priority. Sorry, I mean I've written trucks more than I meant bikes. And then goal statement, we have decided that to reduce the delivery error percentage from 32% to 5% within 2 quarters.
All right. All right. So in scope, you have mentioned downtown area, which is okay because problem is in downtown area. But the second line, truck delivery should be uh, in more priority than bike. So on what basis you are claiming that?
We found, like for example, I'm sharing my other second screen. We
Mm-hmm.
have found this is the total revenue loss. So if you look at it, out of 3,800 revenue loss, the major chunk came from trucks alone. So only $332 of loss came from bikes. So we thought that maybe trucks were the major reason. So we thought of putting trucks as within scope.
And
More priority.
also, sir, like if we will see, like almost 90% of the deliveries are late due to trucks only. So, and that much, like it's a very big chunk number. Like if we just focus on that.
So for the comparison, you have taken revenue, right? However, let's say most of the deliveries are done through truck only, so the revenue loss will be higher for truck only,
Yes.
right? So right now, it is not a wise decision to identify the causes, right, or include the causes here. Later on, we have to analyze it. In analyze phase, we have to analyze whether truck is better or bike is better. Later on, we will discuss about it. But here in the initial phase, we don't include it.
Okay.
Right? As we discussed earlier, we don't include the causes or the solution.
Hmm.
Right? So that should not be there. However, uh, some out of scope you can add here, like we are doing deliveries within 15 miles only, up to 50 pound only we are delivering. So that may be in scope. Beyond 50 pound, beyond 15 miles radius will be out of scope. Your business case is good. Goal statement. What is your CTQ?
Delivery time.
Delivery time.
Delivery time. Like we
Uh,
haven't exactly discussed on that part actually.
Sir, it's basically reducing the late deliveries from 32 to 5%.
Percentage of late deliveries, right?
Percentage of late deliveries, yes.
Okay. So percentage of late delivery is mentioned here, but average delivery time is not mentioned. So I hope you have taken percentage of late deliveries as your CTQ.
Yes.
So in your problem statement, a lot of problems you have mentioned. Total revenue loss. So revenue loss is the impact. Problem is regarding the late delivery, right? So next one, second one is total time waste due to delays. So how did you calculate this delay time?
So I'm again going back to the first sheet.
Uh-huh.
So we found out how much was the like we filled out delays. So we found out if this particular, let's say, column row number 8, this was delivered within 18.65 minutes. If it was delivered within 15 minutes, then we could have saved 3.65 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So we took a sum of it, which came to around 168 minutes, which is approximately 2 hours 15 minutes.
All right. But the problem is regarding late deliveries only. If you want to highlight the impact, so in terms of money, you can highlight that. My suggestion will be not to increase the CTQs in the problem statement, because as soon you put some CTQ in the problem statement, your top management would think that you are going to improve on it. So that becomes your commitment. So my suggestion will be to commit as low as possible. Later on, I mean, you can achieve more, right? So don't put too many CTQs. Whatever the problem is, the major problem, for that major problem, you can put the CTQ. Later on, when you are justifying the project in improve phase, post improve phase, at that point of time, you can say that I have improved these parameters as well. But in the beginning, don't commit too much. All right. So thank you for sharing it.
So just a short query.
Yes.
How or can you just suggest something like into writing about milestones? How can we justify the time regarding each phase?
All right. So timelines are defined based on our discussion with our process owner and the champion. So we need to discuss what all activities we need to do. Let's say for define phase, we have to collect the historical data, and then we have to do, let's say, meetings with, let's say, root level people, with process owner, with champion, with let's say Apex Council. So how much time it is going to take? Right? So we have to estimate. We can discuss with the champion or sponsor as how much time will it take, and the timeline will depend upon the activities that you are going to do. And for every activity in different organizations, they would take different uh, duration, right? Let's say in some government department, they take 3 months just to give you the data, historical data, right? So for the define phase, you will need 3 months, right? So based on the estimate that can you do after your discussion with the champion and the process owner, you can define the timelines, and there is no fixed standard for the timelines. Only based on the estimation, these timelines are defined. And what I observe across industries, people would take at least 3 weeks time for these phases, because generally in organizations, they would collect at least 3 weeks data. So let's say for measure phase, they are collecting 3 weeks data. Then for analysis, again, they are collecting 3 weeks data. So that should be the minimum time that you should take, right? So it is based on estimation only. Any further question, anyone? All right. Group number 2, thank you for sharing it. Group number 3.
Yes, I will be share my screen.
All right.
Yes. So we have
It's visible.
yeah, we have mentioned the title as the improvement on pickup and delivery timing. So we have choose the first case study only.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
One sec. Yeah. Then first what we did, we have mentioned the problem statement, but we got confused on business case and the problem statement. So first we have identified the problem. What is the problem we are trying to solve, or what we are trying to show to the management level. So
Mm-hmm.
over the past 6 months, ABC has increasing customer complaint about 15 that we have missed our promise 15-minute delivery compliments, and
Mm-hmm.
data analysis of more than 300 deliveries shows that 32% exceeds 15-minute target. So
Mm-hmm.
it result in the rebate in payouts, and which is the financial loss for us. So these delays are affecting customer satisfaction and overall operation performance. Then we have mentioned our in and out scope, what we will include in this project and what we will not focus on this project. So we have included what we can do to improve our performance here. The analysis and improvement of pickup and delivery process within the downtime area.
All
So
right.
we can do some analysis why the deliveries are getting delayed. Then we have mentioned review of routing, dispatch, and order
Mm-hmm.
and delivery time to identify what is the factor which is impacting our performance. Then the mode of the transport, evaluation of both bikes and trucks with the aim of implementing improvements that enhance overall pickup and delivery timings. So what we have not include here, changes to pricing policies, rebate programs, facility expansion, or operational in-service area outside the downtime zone.
Mm-hmm.
The goal is to reduce the percentage of delayed deliveries in the downtime area. So we have clearly mentioned from 32%, we can reduce 5% within the 4 months while maintaining and improving customer satisfaction and ensuring deliveries consistently.
Okay.
Business, so we have a problem here while we discussing the what should be the business case. So we
All
got
right.
very stuck on this point. What we should mention here.
All right. All right. First of all, thank you for sharing it. So, yes, at times there may be a confusion between problem statement and a business case, because business case also includes the problem, right? So, the objective of business case is to convince the top management. So, if you want to convince the top management for your project, first of all, you will talk about the problem. So, problem statement should be a part of business case. But the difference between business case and the problem statement is that in the business case, you will elaborate your problem further. So
Okay.
you will elaborate that in a long run, what impact it is going to uh, make on the business. Let's say what is going to be the loss in 1 year, what is going to be the loss in 1 quarter, that can be included in the business case. Or if you are doing a project, what will be the ROI, what will be the payback period, that can be added in the business case. So it is more elaborated, right? Problem is just what is wrong at the
Yes.
current moment.
Yeah.
Business case is the elaborated version of that.
Okay.
For example, one of you included uh, daily loss in the problem statement somewhere. One of the groups did that. So daily loss, let's say we are mentioning daily loss in the problem statement, but when you put losses in the business case, because business case is for the top management, so that we can convince them. If you want to convince them, you will try to make this problem look like a big problem. So you will calculate the losses for let's say for 1 year, so that you can make this problem look like a big problem. So that is the difference.
Okay.
All right. So your scoping is really good. Your out of scope says changes in the pricing policy. So that's
Yes.
correct. We cannot change the pricing policy. We cannot say that we are not going to give rebate, because that is this decision of the top management,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So we cannot change that. We cannot say that we are going to hire more resources. We cannot change the delivery locations, right? These are the constraints. We cannot change that, right? We cannot hire more people, let's say, right? In most of the cases, what happens? We can ask for the approval, but in most of the cases, boss would say, no, I cannot approve more resources for you, right? So in most of the cases, that will be out of scope, right? All right. Thank you
Yes.
for sharing it.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Room number 4.
Yeah, hi.
Yep.
So we have started with the first case study again, like everyone else, and
Mm-hmm.
our project title is Enhancing Timely Deliveries and Control of Losses. And
All right.
in the business case, we have mentioned the current scenario wherein within the last 6 months, we are facing 32% of severe complaints, and customers are preferring for timely deliveries in spite of the rebate which we are offering. And we feel that this may result in a loss of market share and our customer base. What we want to tell our top management is that by improving on-time deliveries, we may increase our customer base, and our region coverage may increase from downtown areas to other areas also. And in turn, this will increase our profitability.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem statement again, we have tried to capture in two CTQs. One is the not on-time deliveries, and the other one is the revenue loss. So we are trying to find out a solution for these two problems, and we see that this is a big issue wherein which has to be addressed immediately. And in scope and out of scope, again, in scope, we are focusing only the downtown area right now, and weight consignment should be less than 45 pounds. And out of scope, we are neglecting deliveries outside of downtown area and packages above 45 pounds. Since the data you gave was 45 pounds was only 2% of total deliveries, as per the data shared.
All right.
And as per the goal statement, again, we are trying to focus on the two CTQs, reducing late time deliveries and reducing our revenue loss, which we are experiencing in terms of this rebate which we are offering. So right now it is 32%, which we are trying to reduce to 8%. And we are trying to increase our customer base loyalty. And we are planning to achieve this within 10 to 12 weeks of time.
All right.
And we have just derived some tentative dates here, milestones. Like we have given one date for the toll gate review just after the end date, and we have kept
Mm-hmm.
a buffer date for each event.
All right. All right. So for the case study, these milestones are good, but for the real project, you will estimate, you will discuss it with the subject matter experts as how much time it is going to take. For the case study, it is fine. Generally, what happens for measure phase, this much time may not be sufficient. Right? So for measure phase, you can see here, you are starting your measure phase on 31st of November 2025, and you are ending it on 5th of December 25. So this much time may not be sufficient for measure phase, but for the case study, it is fine. Right? So next is regarding the scope. So in the case study, it is mentioned that they deliver up to 50 pound. So that is the policy of the organization. So we cannot change the policy. right? So we are not going to change it. It will be 50 pound only, right? Up to
No,
50
but
pound, we are going to
we are
do it.
focusing on less than 45 pounds because the number of deliveries above 45 pounds was only 7 within 300 deliveries.
Right?
So,
But we cannot change it, right? We have to take care of all the deliveries because that is our policy. We are covering up to 50 pounds.
okay.
All right. Up to 15-mile radius, that is correct. That will be in scope. Beyond 15 miles, we will not be concerned about that. So we will not take care of it. Deliveries other than downtown area, that is correct. Other areas will be out of scope. Packages above 50 pounds. So that will be 50 pound instead of 45 pound. However, in some cases, in exceptional cases, based on your experience, you may want to make these tweaks, right? Let's say in the past 1 year, last 5 years, you have observed that you are not getting any business from this category of 50 pound or uh, between 45 and 50 pound. So in those cases, it may be possible that you are keeping it out of scope. So that may be possible, right? What are the CTQs?
It is not on time deliveries and revenue loss.
Not on time delivery and revenue loss. Two CTQs you have.
Yeah.
All right. So as a green belt, it's fine. Up to two CTQs you can keep, not more than that. So two CTQs are fine. And if you want to improve on not on time delivery, if you want to reduce not on time delivery, ultimately you have to work at process or delivery average, delivery time average. So that can be another CTQ, right? Because that is correlated. So average delivery time and not on time delivery both will go hand in hand. So that can also be added here because that is correlated.
Okay.
Or rest is fine. Thank you for sharing it. All right. So before we move forward, just few more out of scope scenarios I want to highlight here. So for case study one, delivery case. If deliveries are late because of the customer, let's say customer is not available, that will also be out of scope. Or let's say your delivery guy reaches the society gate and the customer is not approving the entry, that is also out of scope, right? So something that is not in your control, if something is being done because of the customer's fault, that will be out of scope. For case study 2, if some errors are happening because of the customer, let's say customer has given you incorrect information, so that will also be out of scope because that will not be the fault of your agent who is filling up the forms. All right, now let's move forward. The next topic that we are going to start with is process mapping. In every project, it may not be mandatory to do process mapping, but in some cases, in some projects, you may have to do process mapping. So let's discuss that. So I'll give you some scenario where process mapping may be required or may not be required. In every project, it may not be required. Right? So let's say your project CTQ is, let's say, error percentage. So in measure phase, you will measure what is the current error percentage. In analyze phase, you will identify the causes for the errors and you will fix those causes. So probably in that project, you would not need to do any process mapping. However, if your CTQ is, let's say, efficiency percentage, if you want to improve your efficiency, you would want to know in your processes what all steps are value added, non-value added, necessary, unnecessary, and then you will try to remove unnecessary steps. So to understand necessary, unnecessary steps or all the steps, you would need to do process mapping. So in some projects, it may be needed. In some projects, it may not be needed. So based on the requirement, you will do your process mapping, right? Not not in all the projects you are going to do it. In some projects, it may be needed. Based on the requirement, you will do it. And the selection of the process map will be based on what objective you want to achieve and who is your audience. There are multiple types of process maps we are going to discuss here, and the selection will be based on objective and the audience. Now I will give you some scenarios to understand it. I'll share another screen now. All right. So multiple types of process mapping techniques we are going to discuss. And first of all, I will give you some scenarios. And for those scenarios, I will suggest what type of process map you can create. So let's say, first scenario, you want to explain your process to your CEO. Let's say for that meeting, you have just 10 minutes and you want to explain your process to some CEO. You have just 10 minutes to explain it. So in that meeting, probably you would not talk about minute details of the processes, minute details like uh, which operator is responsible for what task, what are the cycle time. You will not talk about the minute details. Probably in that meeting, you will give a bird's eye view of the process, a high level overview you will give. So for that scenario, probably you would use high level process map, which is a macro level process map. So example can be this one. So let's say for pizza delivery business. So we are just explaining that these are the processes: receiving the order, preparing the pizza, cutting pizza and packing it, and delivery. So just main processes you will talk about. This is called high level process map. Another scenario, let's say we are explaining our process to some trainee. There is a new executive who has joined us, and we are explaining our processes to that new executive, or let's say it's a trainee or intern. So to your intern, you would want to provide little bit more information than high level process map, but not too much information, because that will lead to information overload for the trainee. So probably in that case, you would use top down process map. So in top down process map, what happens? The header would represent the main process. So main process is coming from high level process map. So receiving the order, preparing pizza, cutting it, and delivery. So headers are the main processes. Under those headers, we can arrange sub processes. So if you look at the first main process, receiving the order, let's say this order is being placed over a phone call. So sub processes will be these: salesperson answers the call, explains the options available, explains the offers, confirms the order, and finally billing is done. So when we arrange sub processes under our processes, that gives us top down process map. Right? So in top down process map, we have processes and sub processes as well. Third scenario, let's say we are explaining our processes to somebody who is doing a project to improve efficiency of our processes. Let's say there is some manager in COE department, or let's say industrial engineering department, who is doing a project to improve efficiency of our processes. So in that meeting, to your COE manager, you would explain even the minute details of the processes, like processes, sub processes, what are the cycle times of those processes, what is the lead time for the entire process. You will also explain what all activities are value added, what all activities are non value added, what all activities are necessary, what all activities are unnecessary. So you will explain all of these things. So probably for that meeting, you would use VSM. VSM stands for Value Stream Map. And VSM, Value Stream Map, is one of the lean tools. Right? So there are different kinds of lean tools. Later on, we will have a detailed discussion on lean tools, and VSM is one of those lean tools. And here we are just uh, discussing it high level. During analyze phase, we will have a detailed discussion on VSM. Now, the next one is flow chart. And I believe everybody here would know what is a flow chart. So in case, let's say you want to explain flow of information or flow of material in your processes, in your organization. So for manufacturing firm, it will be material flow. For service-based firm, it may be information flow. So to portray or display information flow or material flow, we can use flow chart. Just few standardizations I will talk about. Um, so in flow chart, what happens? To display or portray the flow, we use these arrows, right? Arrow would show what is the flow of information or flow of material. For terminals, we use oval shape, right? So oval shape is for terminals like start point or end point. So for a call center, let's say when customer calls in, that is the start point, right? So for start point, we have oval shape. Then for any activity, we should use this rectangular shape. This is for activities. So in a call center, let's say agent is giving opening script. When call comes in, let's say agent is saying, thank you for calling KPMG. My name is Gaurav. How may I help you today? So that is an activity. Activities should be shown with this rectangular shape. Then for any decision making, we should use this diamond shape. Diamond shape is for decision making. So decision making may be, let's say some quality checker is doing inspection. After inspection, they take a decision to pass it or to reject it. Right? So that decision making should be shown with this diamond shape box. Then this is the case symbol. Right? Case symbol is for documentation. So whatever documentation you want to show, that should be shown with this case symbol. Either you can use this particular box or capital D is also fine, right? Some people use capital D, that is also fine. So example for case symbol or documentation can be, let's say somebody is preparing project document or somebody is maintaining a check sheet. Somebody is referring to some SOP. Somebody is preparing some report. Let's say your analyst is preparing a dashboard on, let's say, Power BI or Tableau. So that should be shown with this case symbol. Next is terminal. So as I said earlier, for terminals like start point or end point, we should use oval shape. So this flow chart gives you a zoom in view of the processes. Right? So you can have a zoom in view. But the limitation of flow chart is it does not give you zoom out view of the process. Right? Zoom out view is the bigger picture, right? Or you can call it having holistic view of the business, right? That is zoom out view. So for zoom out view, what we use? We use cross functional flowchart, which is also known as swim lane flowchart. So when you have zoom in view, it does not give you holistic view of the business. So decision making will be limited. When you have holistic view, zoom out view of the processes, you can make better decisions. You can distribute the work content in a better way. So I'll give you one example here. So let's say in pizza delivery business, uh, it does not happen that once order is confirmed, information is only shared with kitchen when kitchen is done with the baking process. Then only they share the information with packaging department. And when packaging is done, then only they share the information with the delivery team. It does not happen that way. How it happens? As soon the order is confirmed, information will be shared with all the departments so that by the time kitchen is ready with the pizza, packaging team is ready with the boxes. In the meanwhile, delivery team is also ready with the delivery guy for that location. Right? So information flow, material flow will be happening simultaneously in different departments. So in order to portray that, in order to showcase that, you can use cross-functional flow chart, which is also known as swim lane chart. It gives you a better picture of the business processes. So I'll give you some example for this zoom in and zoom out view. I'll give you some example for that. I'll also explain the advantage of having zoom out view. So let's say in your organization, there are multiple departments. So if you are from service-based company, you can take it as department. If you are from manufacturing, you can take it as operator in some assembly line. So department or operator. Operator one. So there are multiple departments or multiple operators. For every department or operator, there would be some cycle time for activities. Cycle time. And there would be some hourly output as well for every operator or every department. Let's say we are giving the raw material or input to department one or operator one. Here we are giving the input. Then operator one will send the WIP to operator 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how material is flowing or the information is flowing. Department 5 gives us the output, final output. Let's say for department 1 or operator 1, cycle time is 60 seconds. So what will be the hourly output for department 1? Hourly output for department 1.
60.
All right. So in 1 minute, one cycle, 60 minutes, 60 cycles. Correct. So 60 output, hourly output. For department number 2, let's say cycle time is 30 seconds. So what will be the hourly output? Cycle time is 30 seconds.
120.
120.
Are you sure it will be 120?
Yes, 120.
120? So if you are saying it is 120, that means you are having zoom in view. So you are just concerned about this particular department. You are looking at the performance of this department. You are having zoom in view. So let's say there is a supervisor. So if this supervisor wants to increase the output, first of all, he needs to check what is the current output. And actually, the actual output for department 2 will not be 120. It will be 60 only because they will get the input for 60 only. After every 30 seconds, after every cycle, this operator 2 will have to wait for another 30 seconds because first operator is completing their cycle in 60 seconds, right? So they get only 60 input, so output will never be greater than 60. Actual output, practical output will be 60 only. Capacity is 120, but the actual output will not be greater than 60. Now let's say supervisor for department 2, he wants to improve the output. So let's say supervisor is improving or reducing the cycle time for his department. Now this cycle time is 20 seconds. But will that increase the output? No, because output will be dependent on the input, right? So this is regarding the zoom out, so sorry, zoom in view. This is the limitation of having zoom in view. Now let's say there is a manager. Now manager says,
So one doubt can I ask?
yeah, you can ask.
Yes. In the first department, output is hourly is 60. So
Yes.
the input is 60 for the second department,
Second department, yes.
which they will complete operation in 30 seconds, which the cycle time is lesser than the department 1. So the output must be more here in that department 2, no?
No, output will not be more than 60.
Because
I'll
the
Mhm. Because
because the cycle time is compared less than the cycle time in the operator 1.
but they don't have WIP for that, no? They have WIP for 60 only. I'll give you some easy example to understand it. Let's say there is an assembly line. In that assembly line, we are producing, let's say, shirts, right? So shirt we are producing. Let's say first operator is preparing collar, right? Second operator is attaching this collar into the panel, right? Now, second operator has capacity of producing 120 shirts. However, if collars are only 60, operator 2 will not be able to make 120 shirts,
Okay, sir, understood.
right?
Thanks.
Sir, you mean to
Yes,
say that for half of the time the
they will be
person would
waiting,
be doing the
waiting.
task, and for half of the time they'll be waiting for the next
Correct,
cycle to come.
correct.
Oh,
There will be a waiting time. So the final output will always be dependent on bottleneck operation. So the first one is the bottleneck operation. So if there is a manager, so manager would say that instead of having one operator here, I would have two operators. So 60 plus 60. So now output will drastically improve, not just improve, drastically improve. So output will be 120, the final one, right? So here 120 for every operator, then there will be 120. Always they do not increase the operator. I'm just giving you hypothetical example. Another example, maybe let's say operator 4. For them, let's say 50 second is the cycle time. For operator 5 as well, 15 seconds. So sometimes what happens, this manager would do multi-skilling of their operator, right? Always they do not increase the operator. Sometimes they do multi-skilling. So let's say they are giving training to operator 4 and 5 on multi skills. So operator 5 and 4, they can work on each other's operation. So let's say they have given training to operator 4. Now operator 4 is doing task of operator 5 as well. So now for operator 4, cycle time will be 15 plus 15, so 30 seconds. Now operator 5 is free. Now they are giving this operator to department 1. Now this operator is working there. So this is how they can increase the output. So 60 plus 60. So two operators are there, 60 plus 60 they will produce. Now for everybody, it will increase. Output will increase. Right? So always we do not increase the operators, we make we do the line balancing. So in manufacturing term, it is called line balancing. We balance the work content. So this is the advantage of having zoom out view of the business. So that's why we create cross-functional flowchart, right? That gives us zoom out view. Any question here, anyone? No? All right. So if there are no questions, let's take a break here. And after the break, I will explain one more process mapping technique, which is SIPOC, SIPOC. Right. After the break, we will discuss it. Let's take a break. Please come back at 9:40, everyone. 30 minutes from now. 9:40. Thank you all.
okay.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody's back from the break. All right, so before the break, we discussed some process mapping techniques. We discussed high level uh, process map. We discussed top down process map, flow chart, cross functional flow chart. Now, the next process map that we are going to discuss is SIPOC map, SIPOC. Right. So, anybody who has used SIPOC map before? Anybody who is familiar with SIPOC map?
No, sir.
All right, all right. So first of all, we need to understand what is the objective of using any process map. So based on the objective and the audience we select, as we were discussing earlier as well. So first of all, we need to understand the objective of using SIPOC map. So in your project, if you want to define process boundaries as in what are the steps in the processes, right? So if you want to define the process boundaries, if you want to define the stakeholders with their roles and responsibilities, if you want to do that, you can use SIPOC map. That is the objective of using SIPOC map, to define the boundaries, to define stakeholders along with their roles and responsibilities. So during our project, it should not happen that we are in improve phase and we are asking somebody to do something and they are saying, don't ask me to do it. This is not my responsibility. So in the define phase, you would want to define these responsibilities, right? You would want to define that so that later on nobody says that this is not my responsibility. Right? So that is the objective. And here SIPOC stands for supplier, input, process, output, and customer. Right? So these are the things we define in SIPOC map. Right? Let's discuss this particular example. So this example is for PR to PO process. So purchase requisition to purchase order. That is the process. So as we discussed, first we need to define the boundaries. Boundaries as in process steps. So in the entire PR to PO process, there are multiple steps. So in SIPOC map, first of all, we need to define those process steps. So this process column needs to be filled first. So for PR to PO process, first what happens? They have to generate the purchase requisition. Let's say in your organization, your department needs a printer. So for the printer, your department will need to generate a purchase requisition. This requisition will be sent to the HOD. HOD needs to approve this purchase requisition. So the next step is approve purchase requisition. After the approval, that requisition goes to the procurement, and procurement raises the request for quotation. They will send the request to the potential vendors. After that, they receive the quotation. Let's say they are receiving quotations from 3 different vendors. After they receive the quotation, they need to do techno-commercial evaluation for those quotations. After that, based on the evaluation, they will select the preferred vendor. After selecting the preferred vendor, they will prepare the purchase order. And finally, somebody will need to approve the purchase order. So first of all, we need to fill the process steps first. Right? So after filling the process column, we need to define who is the supplier, what is the input, what is the output, who is the customer for each of these steps. Right? So supplier is somebody who is providing the input or somebody who is doing the process step. So for each of these steps, we need to identify who is the supplier, who is the customer, right? It is not for the product, right? The supplier may not be your vendor. It may be internal supplier. Let's say for production department, if they need raw material, their supplier is the store in charge, a storeroom, right? They need to take raw material from store. Store is the supplier, right? And customer may or may not be the end customer. This customer is for the step, not for the product. Let's say quality department is the customer for the production department, because production team will send the WIP to quality for the inspection. So quality team is the customer for production. So it may be internal customer or external customer. It may be internal supplier or external supplier. So first we need to fill process column. Then for each of these steps, we need to define who is the supplier, what is the input, what is the output, who is the customer. Supplier is somebody who is providing the input or somebody who is doing the process. Input is something that we need to complete the process. So for this one, to generate the purchase requisition, this user department needs to check the stock list. If printer is already available in the stock list, they don't need to generate the requisition, right? So they need stock list. So whatever we need for the process, that is the input. Right? Apart from stock list, there may be some additional inputs as well. Let's say they need ERP credentials, right? So they need ERP credentials so that they can generate the requisition. So whatever we need to complete the process, that is called input. For manufacturing, it may be the raw material, right? For service, it may be some information. Let's say to generate some report, we need data. So data will be the input, right? So input is something that we need to complete our process. So for this example, stock list is the input. We need stock list before we can generate the purchase requisition. Then comes output. Output is the result of the process, right? So when somebody is generating the purchase requisition, output is purchase requisition. Then customer is somebody who is getting the output. Customer is the recipient of the output. So user department HOD is getting the purchase requisition so that they can approve it. So customer is user department HOD. So first of all, we need to identify supplier input, output, and customer for the first step. From the next step, it becomes easier. How? I'll explain that. So whoever is the customer of the first step, that customer becomes the supplier of the next step. So you can see user department HOD is the customer of the first step and he becomes a supplier for the second step. And whatever is the output of the first step, that output becomes the input for the second step. And for every step, there may be some additional suppliers or there may be some additional input. For the second step, you can see additional input is budget. So this HOD needs to check the budget as well before he can approve it. Because if budget is available, he will approve it. If budget is not available, he will not approve it. So for every step, there may be some additional input. There may be some additional suppliers as well in some cases. So if you look at step number 5, techno-commercial evaluation of received quotation. So you can see here procurement is coming from the previous customer, previous step, right? So here supplier, which is procurement, is coming from the previous step. There is additional supplier, which is user department. So procurement can do the evaluation for commercial terms, right? They can do commercial evaluation. But for technical evaluation, they would need user department. Let's say for this printer, a procurement team cannot decide whether this printer should be, let's say, dot matrix printer, laser jet printer, desk jet printer, all-in-one printer. They cannot decide that. They would need user department for technical evaluation, right? So first of all, we fill process column. Then for every step, we need to define who is the supplier, what is the input, what is the output, and who is the customer. This is how we can prepare our SIPOC map. Any question here?
Sir, just a query.
Hmm.
You told that supplier, the first one in this user department where it's written for the supplier.
Mhm.
Supplier is not or may not be generally the vendor.
May or
And
may not be the vendor.
means I did not get this point that how can user department be a supplier in this case? For
So
example, if we
supplier is
take the case
somebody,
of a printer. Yeah.
supplier is somebody who is providing the input or somebody who is doing the process. So who is generating the requisition? Somebody who needs a printer. So that department
Yes.
is generating the requisition. So supplier here for SIPOC map, supplier is somebody who is doing the process. That is our supplier.
Okay.
So user department will generate the requisition. They are the supplier. Any further question, anyone?
Which is the most preferred? I know there are multiple process maps, and according to situations we can use, but ideal scenarios, which is the most preferred type?
Okay. So the most common process map would be flowchart. In every project, if you want to explain your processes, the most common is flowchart. But selection will be based on objective and the audience, as I said earlier. Right? Most common is flowchart.
Okay.
All right, now let's move forward. So now we are done with the define phase and we are going to start with the next phase, which is measure phase. So what is the objective of measure phase? Anyone? What do we do in measure phase?
We set targets or thresholds. Whatever we define, how we are going to measure it. Like we are putting that into a measurable terms.
All right, all right. That means whatever is our CTQ, for that CTQ, we need to measure the current performance, right? Any other thought? Anyone? So current performance, right? Current performance for the selected CTQ, we need to measure with the data, right? Which is also known as baseline. We need to calculate the baseline, measure the baseline for our project in measure phase. That is the deliverable of measure phase. Baseline is the deliverable. So since we are measuring, obviously we are going to consider data for the measurement, right? So in measure phase, we are going to discuss regarding the data, right? So today we'll be able to discuss this part, right? Rest of the topics we will discuss tomorrow. So let's start with data. So in any project, we need to understand the data before we can set the baseline, measure the baseline. So whenever we are making any decision in our processes, as this slide represents, we cannot just rely on intuitions or gut feeling. We need to consider data, right? And whenever we are using data for our analysis, we need to take care of consistency of the data, accuracy of the data, scalability, right? All of these factors should be considered. These factors we will discuss uh, tomorrow when we discuss measurement system analysis. We will discuss it. So we need to take data-driven decisions, right? So that's why data is important. And whenever we are considering any data, we need to make sure we are identifying correct data type. There are different types of data. So we need to identify what is the type of data. Later on, I will explain types of data as well. Then amount of the data required should also be considered. That means sample size. Sample size should be sufficient. So tomorrow we are going to discuss how to determine the minimum sample size. Next is analyze current and historical performance. So we can do a comparison between current data and the historical data. That can also be done to understand the trend. Now let's discuss how to identify the data type. So we need to understand the data type because for different type of data, analysis tool, right? Tool for the statistical analysis will be different. So that's why we have to understand what is the data type. right? There are different set of tools for discrete data, different set of tools for continuous data. So these are two data types we are going to discuss: discrete and continuous. Anybody who is already familiar with these data types? Anybody who can explain what is continuous, what is discrete data? Any thought? Yes, Shivank?
So continuous data is that data. It's, we can say, it's not breakable. There is no breaks in between them. For example, simple example is integer values. Like we cannot. It's like n number of integers in between them. Weight of a body can be, a person can be 35 point something. We can
Mhm,
measure n number of digits. But discrete data is something that is like there must be a counting number, like number of days, it's a 7, number of alphabets, so it's like a counting number of samples that we make, it's like a discrete number of data. So
mhm,
and both of them have a different perspective while when we are measuring the things here in Excel, or you can
mhm.
say Power BI, or any statistical analysis software.
All
So
right.
yeah.
Any other thought, anyone?
Discrete data is data which is denotes yes or no, like okay, not okay, like that. And
Mm-hmm.
continuous data will be the measurement value. If
Measurement.
using some measurement and taking the value
Mm-hmm.
measurement using some instruments like vernier or something,
Mm-hmm.
screw
All right.
gauge, like that. Whatever we are measuring and entering the value, a part can be measured and entered that value.
All right. All right. Any other thought, anyone?
So sometimes we use this one for us in our field. Continuous means live data. Discrete means it has happened some at a specific time and that event is over. Okay, it is historic data. So for us, continuous is live data, which is the present data which changes at a certain resolution.
Okay. For both types, we may have current data or historical data, right? It may be both. Any other thought, anyone? I have one more question. So I have one example here. I'll uh, write it here. Let's say defective percentage is, let's say, 55.55%. Will you take this data as continuous or discrete?
Yes.
Continuous. Any reason why continuous?
Yes, it's
It can
actually
increase or decrease.
All right. Any other thought?
it's
So it's a
actually
disc. It may be taken as discrete because it's not changing. Means it has a specific value.
It is
All
continuous
data will
data.
be specific value.
It is continuous data since it is measurable.
So I think even it's not. It's if you're not rounding it up, it's like if 0.55 is exact, it's discrete. Otherwise, it should be the variable.
All right. All right. So whenever you are judging the data type, don't look at the percentage or average. Don't look at the decimal value. That may confuse you. Always check to collect the data whether you are counting something or you are measuring something. Count data. If you are, let's say, to generate the data or to collect the data, if you are counting something, that data is discrete data. To generate the data, if you are measuring something, that is continuous data. Whenever you are counting something, you will tell how many. Whenever you are measuring something, you will tell how much. And whenever you are measuring something, always there will be some unit of measurement. However, for discrete data, if you are just counting something, there will be no unit, no unit of measurement. There will be just count. Right? Now, to explain it, I will give you one example here. Let's say there is a water tap. Let's say in your office or in your home, there is a water tap which is leaking. There is a minor leakage in your water tap. So droplets are coming out of that water tap, and you have asked somebody to count how many drops are coming out of that water tap. So somebody has to count in 5 hours. Right? So R1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for 5 hours, somebody has to count how many drops are coming out. So first hour, let's say 5 drops, 10 drops, 50 drops, 1 drop, 5 drops. So here in your data, you have count of drops. So this data is discrete data. However, let's say over a period of time, this leakage in the water tap has become a major leakage. Now there is a continuous flow of water. Water is pouring. Now you are asking somebody to measure, right? Now first are 1.1 liter, 1.5 liter, 2.01 liter, 5 liter, and then 2 liter. So this data which you are measuring, right? This is continuous data. And whenever you are measuring something, there must be some unit of measurement. Let's say that measurement unit is liter or maybe milliliter. So this one is continuous data. Measurement data is continuous data. Count data is discrete data. And for both data types, you can calculate the average. You can calculate the percentage. Those average or percentage may come in decimal value. So that's why I'm saying don't judge based on the percentage or the average. Don't judge based on decimal value. Always check if you are counting something or measuring something to collect the data. Any question here? All right, now let's discuss some types of discrete data.
So just one question there.
Yes, you can ask.
So when we are talking about time, let's say we're talking about time, is it a countable discrete data or a continuous
It
data?
is measurable. Time is measured.
Okay.
And whenever you see unit of measurement, you can take it as continuous data. Right?
Okay.
Time would have unit of measurement like seconds, minute. Currency would also have some unit of measurement, INR, US dollar. So whenever you see some unit of measurement, you can take it as continuous data. For discrete, there will be no unit of measurement.
Okay.
All right. So under discrete, we have three types. First one is binary data, as one of you also suggested, binary data. So binary is 0, 1 data, pass, fail data, yes, no data, maybe defective, non-defective data, right? So that is called binary. Binary is also discrete. So to calculate defective percentage, you would count how many defectives are there in 100 units. So defective percentage is discrete data. Then ordinal data is also discrete data. Anybody who can give any example for ordinal data?
T-shirt size, sir. Best example. Like S, M, L, XL. It's just ordered. Like we already have some order inside that. Or you
Mm-hmm.
can say the survey. We said 1 to 5.
Survey, correct.
Right. Ratings.
Ratings, all right. So 1 through 5 rating, 1 through 10 rating. CSAT data is an example. NPS data is an example, right? So for CSAT, what we do, we ask the customer to rate based on their experience on some ordinal scale, right? So if they rate us as 9 and 10, so we say it is CSAT, customer satisfaction, right? So we count how many nines and tens are there, and based on that, we calculate the percentage. CSAT percentage. So that is also discrete data, right? So if we are using ordinal scale to collect the data, that is discrete data. Another type is nominal data. Nominal is also known as categorical data. Example for nominal will be, let's say, count of male participants, count of female participants. That will be nominal data. Right? So few more examples are given here. So number of incomplete applications, count, right? Count of responses with 5, number of green belts trained. So count data is discrete data. Continuous is measurement data. So example can be cycle time, lead time, throughput time, takt time, weight, right? Weight you can measure, right? And the unit of measurement may be kilogram, pound, right? Currency. So for currency as well, there will be unit of measurement, maybe INR, USD, right? So whenever you see some unit of measurement, you can take that data as continuous data. Any question here, anyone? No? All right. So we are going to discuss some more examples here. I need to share another screen for that. Give me a moment. I will share some more examples. It will take around 1 minute. I'll share my screen. I just need to change few things here. I need to remove the data type from here, from the examples. All right, now I'm going to share my screen. All right, so I hope my screen is visible. Please look at the first one. Percentage of defective parts in hourly production. What do you think? What is the data type?
Discrete.
Discrete.
Discrete. Defective parts. So for the calculation of defective parts, we have to count how many defectives are there. So count data is discrete data. Next is percentage of cream content in milk bottle.
Continuous.
It's continuous.
Continuous, everyone?
Discrete.
Yes.
Any reason why discrete?
Because it has no unit.
Percentage of cream content. Cream, will you measure? Will you measure cream or count cream?
Yes, will measure. Yes,
You will
correct.
measure it, right? And the unit of measurement will be maybe milliliter or liter, right? So
Yes.
let's say milk is 5 liter, cream is 1 liter. So you will calculate the percentage, right? But you are measuring it. Measurement data is continuous data. Time taken to respond to a request.
Continuous.
Continuous, you will measure it. Continuous. Number of blemishes per square yard of cloth.
Discrete.
Number of
Continuous.
blemishes. Count. Number of blemishes. In your data, you will have number of blemishes. Per square yard of cloth is just header. So in 1 square yard, how many blemishes are there? So count of blemishes. In your data, you will have count. So whatever is there in the data, let's say in Excel column, whatever you have in your column, that is to be considered, right? So blemishes, count of blemishes. It is discrete. Daily test of water acidity. Will you count or measure?
Measure continuous.
Measure or
Measure, it's
continuous?
continuous.
Continuous.
and unit of measurement may be pH.
Yes.
Then number of accidents per month,
Discrete. Count.
count, discrete. Number of defective parts,
Same, discrete, countable.
discrete, count. Length of screws,
Continuous.
Continuous.
continuous,
Measurable.
continuous. Number of employees who took leave,
Discrete.
discrete. Any question here, anyone? I
No,
hope
sir.
it is clear. All right. So
Yes.
now we are going to do one activity. In this activity, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create some breakout rooms. In those breakout rooms, what you need to do, you need to identify at least five KPIs, right? From your own organization, you can identify any five KPIs. You can discuss it in your breakout room. Five KPIs you can identify, and for those KPIs, you need to define what is the data type, right? Whether it is continuous or discrete. So I'm going to create some breakout rooms. I'll give you 15 minutes for this activity. All right, all the rooms are open. Please join. You have 15 minutes to complete this activity. Five KPIs and their data type. Please join everyone.
Hmm.
All right, so I hope all the groups are done. Can we start with room number one? Room number one, group one. In group one, we have Neeraj,
I'll share
Ranveer.
just
All right.
1 second. So we have added here around 6 KPIs.
Mm-hmm.
First one is on-time production, which is continuous. Number of new customers and acquisition, it's discrete. Machine downtime, continuous again. Payback, continuous. Number of abandoned calls per day, discrete. And number of reviews, discrete.
All right. So on-time production, what will you have in your column in Excel? Yes, no. On-time production, yes. On-time production, no.
No, if it will be percentage, then should be continuous. If we'll be talking about the exact underlying data, like
But how would you calculate the percentage on-time production?
out of how many jobs we currently have.
Out of how many?
Yeah.
The how many is discrete data.
No, but like, wouldn't the percentage be continuous?
No, no, no.
Yeah.
Don't judge based on percentage because you can calculate percentage for any type of data.
Actually, when we were discussing this, we were stuck on this particular thing
All
only,
right.
and we
So
did say we will ask you.
percentage or average, you can calculate for any type of data. So don't judge based on percentage or average. Always check whether you are counting something or measuring something. So on-time production is discrete. All right. So thank you, room number one, for sharing it.
Thank you.
Uh, who is going to share from room number two? In room two, we have Abhiram, Amar, Pragnesh, Pranav, Swati. All right. So number of health authority approvals received, discrete. Number of work items assigned in a sprint, discrete. All right. Supplier lead time, continuous. Delivery hit ratio, delivery hit, yes or no. Right. So discrete. Accident frequency, that is discrete. All right, correct. Any question, anyone, regarding these KPIs?
So I still have one from the previous one,
Previous one, they have
the
stopped
on-time
sharing
production.
it.
Sorry? No, I remember that actually.
On time production, so I'll explain it later. Right.
Okay. So if this one thing, if the percentage was continuous, sorry,
Percentage is
in
never
decimal,
continuous.
in decimals.
Whatever the case may be, percentage may be a whole value, decimal. We don't judge based on percentage because percentage you can calculate for any type of data. If you convert your uh, raw data into percentage, that does not change the data type. Data type remains the same. So let's say number of male participants, number of female participants. You can calculate the percentage for both. But when you calculate the percentage, that does not change the data type. Data type remains the same. If you are considering number of males or number of females, data type is discrete only. Percentage will not change the data type. All right. Any further question, anyone? Room number three, group three. In group three, we have Aradhya. All right. So your screen is visible now.
And these were the ones we discussed.
All right. Can you please zoom in a bit? Okay. So number of deliveries per day, discrete. Length of customized pieces, continuous. Completion time, time is continuous. Complaint received, that will be discrete because that will be count. Revenue generated, continuous because for revenue you will use some unit of measurement, maybe INR, US dollar. Package weight, Continuous. Number of deliveries not done on time, discrete. Number of defects, discrete. Production lead time, time is continuous. Production yield. So yield, we have to be specific regarding the yield. In some organization, they would calculate yield based on units produced, right? If it is units based on units produced, it is going to be discrete. If it is based on some measurement, let's say yield is based on, let's say how
Just like
much,
percentage, sir. Percentage 95, 90.
okay, yield, but how are you calculating that percentage?
Yield, input and output is waste is a percent and
Mhm. In output divided by input, right?
Yes.
Output divided by
Yes.
input.
Yes.
Okay. What is output? What is the output? Number of products?
Let's say tonnage.
Can you please repeat,
It,
Kunjaku?
let's say if it's tonnage, it will be continuous, right? Tonnage, ton,
Uh,
weight,
ton,
tonnage.
one ton,
Tonnage.
sir.
Okay, tonnage. Tonnage is
Tonnage.
correct, correct. That will be continuous, correct. Tonnage will be continuous, right? So if it is weight or uh, maybe length, so in that case it will be continuous. If it is unit of produced, right? Units will be discrete, right? Tonnage is continuous. That's correct. So average order value will be continuous because you will have some unit of measurement for that, right? Thank you for sharing it. Group 3. Group 4. All right. So KPI inspection, number of defects, discrete, correct. That is count of defect. Number of customer complaint, discrete. Process yield rate. So for yield, if you are doing some measurement, that will be continuous. Measurement of any parameter, continuous. All right. Service request. What do you mean by service request? Number of service requests, are
Number
you
of,
saying? Number.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Number will
number,
be discrete. Customer
yes.
orders in number, discrete. Monthly turnover. Uh, in number, turnover will be money, no? Or unit of products you are
So,
considering.
yeah, sir, that's why I've written here in numbers.
Okay, in
So
number
in
it will be
if
discrete. In
volume,
uh,
it's discrete, and if it's
vol
measurable in revenue, then it's continuous.
continuous. Correct, correct.
Yes.
Satisfaction level discrete. So CSAT is discrete data because CSAT is uh, collected based on ordinal scale, 1 through 10 scale. So that is discrete. All right. Thank you for sharing it.
Okay.
All right. Any question before we move forward? Now I will explain.
One question I have.
Here you can ask.
So, if my KPIs are number of deliverables completed in 20 days, that will be discrete or continuous?
Uh,
It will be discrete only, right?
what will be there in your column, in your data? What would you have?
Means
Number of days
number of deliverables completed in 15 days.
completed in. So that is the time period. 15 days is the time period. That is just the header. But in your column, I'll explain it on Excel. So number of orders, right? What did you say? Number of orders.
Deliverables, yeah.
Okay. Numbers in 15 days. This is just the header, right? Let's say day one. Day one. Number of deliverables, let's say 5, 6, 1, 2, 8, 9. So what do you have in your data? Count. There is number.
So discrete.
15 days is just the header. It will be discrete.
Okay, okay.
All right. Now I will explain why are we identifying what is the type of data, right? So for different types of data, statistical tools are different. That's why we need to understand what is the data type. If we misidentify the data type, our selected tool will be incorrect. Statistical tool will be incorrect. So if statistical tool is incorrect, our inference output will be incorrect. If our output or inference is incorrect, our decision will also be incorrect. If we take incorrect decision, there will be no improvement, right? So it is very crucial to understand correct data type, and the reason why there are different set of tools for different types of data, I'm going to explain that. So that uh, tool, different tools are for different data types based on one fact that specific type of data gives you specific level of information. Based on level of information, we select the tool. I'll use one of the cases to explain it in detail. So previously I shared two case study data, case study 1, case study 2. I would use case study 1 data to explain it. So I'm just going to share my screen. All right, so this sheet I have already shared with all of you. You already have it. So here, initial data tab I have opened. So in case study number 1, for delivery case, there may be two CTQs. One CTQ may be average delivery time, another CTQ may be not on time delivery percentage. So in column D, we have delivery time. So this is first CTQ. What is the type of data here? Delivery time. What is the type of data?
Continuous.
Continuous. Right.
Continuous.
Correct. So in column D, we have continuous data. In column E, we have on-time delivery, yes or no. It is binary data. Binary is discrete. So in
Discrete.
column E, we have discrete data. So if you look at row number 8, discrete data, column E is telling us on-time delivery, no. So it is telling us it is late delivery. But how much late? It is not telling us. Discrete data is not telling us how much late. So whether it is 1 second late, 1 minute late, or 1 year late, it is not telling us. However, if you look at continuous data, it is telling us how much late. That means continuous data gives us more information. Continuous data is more powerful. So based on the level of information it gives us, we select appropriate tool for the analysis, right? So tools have been designed based on this particular uh, philosophy, right? So based on the level of information that we get from different types of data, we select the appropriate tool based on that, right? And there was a confusion that if we convert something into percentage, will that change our data type? Will our data continue, discrete data, if we calculate the percentage of, let's say, not on time delivery, will that be considered as continuous or discrete? So if you convert it into percentage, right? Let's say percentage is coming as 32%, 32 point, let's say 5%. Not on time delivery percentage is, let's say, 32.5%. However, even if you convert it into percentage, will it change the level of information in the data? Level of information will not change, right? So even if you convert your data into percentage or average, level of information does not change. That means data type is not changing, right? So that's why I'm saying don't judge based on percentage or the average. Just judge based on whether you are counting something or measuring something. Any question here, anyone? Now let's
So,
start with the next
if,
topic. Yes,
so
Abhi.
if, so if our KPIs are mainly based on discrete numbers, do we
Mhm.
try to include something based on continuous data as well?
No, no, different KPI will be of different data type. There is no issue having continuous data in our KPI or discrete data in our KPI. However, uh, if you have discrete data, that does not give you a very high level of information. Continuous data gives you high level of information.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now let's move forward. So just one more topic we are going to discuss. So once you have your data, you identify the type of data. After that, you may want to measure certain characteristics of the data. So for the characteristics, we have multiple parameters. So there are certain parameters for central tendency and there are certain parameters for dispersion. Dispersion is variation. So central tendency and variation both we need to consider. So for central tendency, we have these three parameters: mean, median, and mode. These are three parameters. Mean is just average. I believe I don't have to explain what is average to you guys. So mean is just average. Median is the middle value. So if you sort your data in ascending order or descending order, and then you take the middle value, that middle value is called median. So if you take an example of this data set, so there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 data points. So we need to take the middle one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So median is 37. The middle data point is called median. If sample size is odd, it will be exactly middle value. If sample size is even, in that case, median will be average of two middle values, right? So middle value is the median. Now the question may be, uh, generally we consider average or mean, right? In what scenario we are going to consider median? Anybody who can answer that? When would you consider median?
When we have lot many outliers, like if the outliers are more, then mean will be shifted towards that value. So in that way, in that at that point of time, that mean will not give us a true image of our data set. So it's better to consider median, because median will always be the central tendency at that point. So median is the correct value at that point of time, and the outliers.
Correct, very good explanation. Yes. So in our data, if we have extreme points, a lot of outliers are there, extremes are there. In that case, better parameter for the measurement of central tendency is median because mean will be shifted, right, to one side because of the outlier. Mean will not represent the true characteristic of your process. I'll give you some example. Let's say um, in your organization, uh, you are measuring appraisal percentage, right? Increment percentage. So somebody gets, let's say, 2% hike, somebody gets 30% hike. So if you say average is, let's say, 10%, that will not represent the true characteristic of the process, right? In that case, median will be more appropriate. Another example, let's say if we are calculating uh, average income for all Indians, so average will not give very good picture regarding the income of all the Indians. Because in India, if you are checking the income in India, there are homeless people on one hand. On other hand, we have Ambanis as well, right? So if you say average is 10 lakhs per annum, so that will not represent the characteristic of the true population. So in that case, median is more appropriate. When there are extreme values, there are outliers. In that case, median is more appropriate for the comparison. And whenever there are outliers, data becomes non-normal. Later on, I will explain the normality. Some of you may be already familiar with normality of the data. So if data is non-normal, we compare the median, right? So when there are extreme values or outliers, instead of comparing mean, we compare the median. Next parameter is mode. Mode is most frequent data value in our data set. So if you take this example, this data set, so frequency for 52 is the highest. Here in this data set, frequency for 52 is the highest. So 52 is the mode. Mode is the most frequent data value in our data set. But the question may be where do we need to use mode? Anybody who can answer that? Where would you use mode instead of mean or median?
Maybe if there are multiple machines and which machine is faulting the most, in those kind of cases, you can use.
So highest breakdown, right? Which machine has highest breakdown, that will be the mode. Or which is the best machine? Which machine is giving maximum production? That will be the mode. Or let's say, just hypothetical example. So let's say somebody is saying, what time do you reach your office? So in that case, you would not calculate the average. So generally, let's say you reach your office at 9:15, so you would say 9:15, right? So most frequent data value, that is mode. Any question here? All right. So these are three parameters for central tendency. We have three more parameters that we are going to discuss further for
Sir,
dispersion.
can you explain the mean again once?
Mean is average of your data. So let's say delivery time data we have collected for 1 month, and then we can calculate the average. That is called mean. It is just average. All right. So for dispersion, again, we have three parameters: range, variance, and standard deviation. These three parameters we would discuss further. Range, then we all connect. Okay. So range is maximum minus minimum. So maximum minus minimum in the data set. So in this data set, maximum is 52, minimum is 22. You can just use this formula, maximum minus minimum. This will give you the range. It is one of the parameters for dispersion or variation. If you want to calculate the variation, for variation or dispersion, we have these three parameters: range, variance, and standard deviation. Range is just maximum minus minimum. Tomorrow I'm going to explain regarding variance and standard deviation as well. That will take some time. That's why today I'm not going to explain that. Any question till now?
No, sir.
No? All right. So tomorrow we will start our discussion with variance, right? Measurement of dispersion, and then I will explain variance, standard deviation, and the difference between these. Right? I'll explain that. All right. So if there are no further questions, we are good to wrap up today's session. Tomorrow we will start same time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.